Okay, we're mostly better this time. There we go. I am extremely professional. Extremely professional. Went on Twitter to make a tweet about the stream, and 40 minutes disappear. I'm sure that's never happened to anyone ever. Also extremely healthy. It's after midnight. And I'm definitely not cracking open a Dr. Pepper. Awesome. 9-player queue is a good queue. So yeah, last stream we did... what do I want to call it? Not too worried about spoilers right now. Last time we did the Hydaelyn, the Mother Crystal fight. I say I did it with the trust system because you get to use, everybody. It's an 8-person fight. That's great. And that was really, really cool. And then earlier today, kind of off-stream, I think I already got all the 8th occurrence for all the areas that I know about. And then I got my warrior up to 89, as you can see. Wearing our nice class gear here. And I got my white mage up to 89. And transmog everything to bullshit, because I really like this look. It looks great. Some of the stuff you get while leveling, I think I've sold most of it, but some of it's pretty good. The Palaka set is pretty nice looking, but this Theophany set, I don't know, I like it. It's super pretty. The boots are great, but the rest of it's a little bit frilly. I like my white mage looking like, I don't know, ready for battle. The Ballstra set looks pretty cool. This is one of the Ballstra sets, not one of the Law's Order sets. I think I still have the Law's Order set for my Dragoon. But a lot of Judge stuff, whatever. Dragoon, though, I think we had this last stream. Looks great. Keeping my recollection weapon. Oh, yeah. Looks fantastic. It's not too much. It's a lot of detail. Looks pretty great. The warrior set. I like it. It's very warrior, right? It's very warrior. I mostly have been rocking, the Armor of Light set on my tanks, which is only warrior and Dark Knight. I haven't really done any Dark Knight recently, though, through Endwalker. We got the set, and it's pretty good. I like it. That's a huge axe. I like this axe a lot. That looks fantastic. Really, really good. Warriors always have, huge gauntlets and boots, though, and I'm not the biggest fan. They look good. These look great, but I don't know. I think we might get some better looking stuff. I've seen a couple of people with sets that I can only assume are from later dungeons that look really, really good. Just stuff I've never seen before. And so I think... I don't know. I like warrior tanking, right? Bloodwetting over here, just being able to heal yourself and then smack a crowd for as much or more healing than healers can actually hit you with. It's pretty strong. pretty strong. Lets them do big AoE, other protective stun things. It's great. I think, though... I don't know, the more that I look at this set, the more I like it. But I think we're going to go with White Mage. Because White Mage is super simple and straightforward, and I really like it. Have those rings, I think. Rings was it rings? Oh, it was a necklace. It's still higher. We're doing that. Can't really see my necklace. No, I've got a collar under my collar. Multiple collar gang. Where am I going? Oh, right. So we left off. Almost immediately after the Hydaelyn fight, we spoke to Tataru and Kryl, and from there, we have to go speak with some of our other fellow Scions to rest and prepare for our journey through the stars. We've totally convinced the Forum that Hydaelyn kind of gave us her blessing to go fight Meteion instead of evacuating everybody from the moon, so we just spent a lot of time helping kind of secure most of the nations against the final days through their initial troubles. I guess I could go do DPS role quests, Melee DPS role quests. We might do that before questing too much. But I've got Magic Rune at 90, so we might do that. Anyway, we've just spent some time helping a bunch of other nations well for themselves against the final days, and now and telling them we're all going to evacuate them to the moon and how super cool it is, and some of them got to meet
Your
Loporrits,
business with Tataru is finished.
Mostly Labyrinthos, and now we're not doing that plan anymore, which is cool. We didn't want to in the first place. Business with Tataru is finished. Yeah, I mean, there was only a little bit of it.
What a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Wow. I like how Hydaelyn is probably having like a salad and some wine, and Thancred's just got a flagon of beer and a burger, and it looks to be like a Reuben, and there's some pizza.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing.
Yeah, she's got like a super
Since
salad.
then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world.
Forsooth. Never change, Oriange.
Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
I mean, he's had some of the best character side points, and like, it's hard to call it development because that was always there, but highlights, character highlights. Oriange has had some of the best little bits. And I said it in the last couple of streams, I think, but I'm really happy with what they've done and given to Oriange. He still hasn't really changed though, right? He's definitely the same character. It's great.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
That there's more out there, I imagine.
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine.
Yeah, that's coming like the furthest distance for you, right, Thancred? Used to be like part of the Thieves Guild quest. Thieves job.
But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Oh, we'll win. Might take a couple of tries, like Hydaelyn herself, but we'll win. Yeah, big old friendship hours.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone.
Yeah, see?
We've both changed much since then, have we not?
We have, you especially.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all
Fair question.
seriousness, though. In uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change.
What's next is a real solid
With
question.
this,
I
we
have
have
no
fulfilled our
idea.
humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
Yeah, we've got big allies now. Big
No,
allies.
I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
Please don't let this be a death flag. I like Thancred.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world.
I could totally see, like, some of the main Scion cast kind of... maybe not really going their own way, but, like, going to... you know, do other things for a little while and not being around as much in as main of a role in the next expansion, and, like, introducing new characters and stuff to take up a lot of space.
If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an
God.
air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Is Thancred really going to want that? But anyway, I really hope this conversation and others aren't death flags for some of these characters.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Very true.
What of you, Hydaelyn? Any grand plans?
It's a bunch of characters sitting around talking about what they're going to do after the big fight. I hope you all will.
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds.
I mean, that right there is a pretty good excuse to just go off and do anything, right? Especially if they want to tie in a bunch of Final Fantasy stuff that they haven't yet.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Let's go visit where Gilgamesh comes from.
Should my pursuits prove unduly
Right.
arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Oh, there's bound to be more adventuring, right? Let's go explore the bottom of the ocean.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
It's all good.
Well, shall we make a toast?
follow Stola around and visit all the other shards.
To victory.
To victory.
To our comrades.
That too.
To the future of the star.
Always go big, Stola. To smacking Meteion down for being a dumb nihilist. He gave in too easy. Oh, it's a salad, but it's got some eggs in there. Okay. Nothing against salads. Salads are fine. Could use some dressing of some sort. Not ranch. Oh, Stola? You can always count on your friends to help you maintain a perspective. If you mind taking perverse pleasure in it. I'd like to think I give as good as I get, though I'd fare better with the occasional assist from our commiserate nodder. Consummate nodder. I do nod quite a lot. It's kind of a thing at this point. But it's all in good fun, and I wouldn't have it any other way. You say, Rad, whence came this simulacrum and that standeth beside thee? Are you like a hyper lightweight? See closely, but Stola and Thancred but moments ago employed the self-same lovely magic. You! I mean, I don't drink much, but Thancred, or Urianger, you need to drink a little more. Alright then. Keep that a secret. Leaving so soon, I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of the Urianger, I dare say the others will welcome your company as well, if you can find it, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, gotta go speak with Alize and Alphanal, who are completely different ones. I'm Charlotte. Neither of which are incredibly close to an Aetherite shard either. Well. Oh, you know what? Alize's pretty close. Let's go see Alize and the family level first. Alize and Estenian. I think they probably told us that last time. Kryl told us that. Oh, right. Wait, this is where Alphinaud is. Oh, I got mixed up. I'm sure Kryl pointed this out last time, though. What? Surely this isn't the first time you've seen me without my armor. I think it might be. You really are adult Alphinaud. Look, everybody, it's cool Alphinaud. That's what you're gonna look like when you grow up.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil.
No, but what
All
has
is
it not
well,
been?
I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
That much is clear. Good luck.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry.
Or anyone else, really.
It was not my intent to cause you such distress.
He's
It's
not
just-
from the same...
It was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth.
I mean, that's super fair. That's super fair. You had to have known Estinian was not from the same place in circles as you.
That's not to say I think we won't be returning.
Death
Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today.
Staring up at outer space, or the matte gray sky.
After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's true.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do.
That's a very reassuring
Besides,
statement, Stinian.
seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor,
Aye.
family is family.
Come on,
Well-
Alphino.
It's past time we were on our way.
You're more than capable of having that perspective.
Wait!
Are you going to tell us that we're family too?
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me.
Well, to be fair, you got over being a little brat a while ago. Especially in Shadowbringers. You're quite
To have
good then.
returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Just death flags all around. Making me anxious.
Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I think at this point, all of us are all grateful to each other. Suppose at this point I ought to thank both of you as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition.
Yeah,
You
there
know-
you go.
This must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another.
Yeah, it's-
However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Well, that was nice. All that remains is to return to the annex and give my armor one last polish. Expect Alphino's maintenance to carry out on those floating things of his, too. A few of our comrades decided to remain a while in Shyland after making the deliveries. Did you happen to pass any on your way here? I saw a few of them. Now I'm gonna go talk to Alize. And Graha, I think? Trying to remember what Kryle said. I think it was, because I remember her talking about Alphino and Estinian. So, yeah. Graha and Alize. What's up, best boy? Oh, you've been reading. You were supposed to rest. Not be so tired that you fall asleep sitting up. Oh no. Aw, that's kind. Well, that's the cutest of the three.
Oh,
I can fall asleep anywhere. Oh, never mind. With back, don't say anything. Don't wake them.
Knowing them, they're
Oh,
probably
well, okay.
dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness.
Ah. Trying to cut down on background noise here. Shouldn't be too
From
bad.
the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal
I won't
or,
really know until
or
after awards.
collapsing into a
Do
comfortable
some
bed.
review.
To the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so
I'm gonna
much
keep
that
working for
life
it.
has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Good thing we're a band of adventurers who love adventuring. That'll come in real handy in the middle of combat. How are you sleeping sitting up?
This feels familiar.
Oh, how so?
Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
You both did. You talk in your sleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
While sitting up, I don't know how restful that was. I hope you feel okay.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Alright, fine. I wasn't going...
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
I told Kryle to not talk.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
Watching you sleep.
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Feeling cute and sentimental. God, I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next, I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout of training, but not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Nah, you should probably rest. I've said I'll sleep when I'm dead plenty of times, and it was usually better to sleep. That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? I just had a bite to eat with Stola and Thancred and Naranger. I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. Kryle. If nothing else, these two seem to be in good spirits. Still, I'll see them back to the annex for some proper rest, even if I have to drag them by the ears. That'd be really painful considering, like, the height difference. Is that the samurai? Oh, no. It's pretty vibrant, but it looks good. It does look rather Stormblood, though. Oh, might be just died Crypt Lurker. Welcome back, Rad. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid about. Pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams of this final night before the big day. Sure. I'm still on the 89 quests, so I'm gonna get some of that experience, I think, on White Mage. I'll do Dancer and probably Black Mage later that night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. And Warrior will be really easy to level up. Makes sense. We're all super red and evil. That's new. You didn't have that chaos last time we saw you. Like, what even is that? Is that a Reaper infuse that I don't really know about yet?
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
Oh, Alize, you stung him.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
I sought to make you fucking stop. I'm not gonna lie. And thus it dawns. Xenos over here thinking I'm some sort of kindred spirit. The day of a reckoning. Look at me. I'm walking around as a white mage right now. Not prime edgelord. Though I think I may have been Dark Knight at the time. It was that or Dragoon. Well. What now?
How often have we thus assembled?
Quite frequently. Never for something
To
quite as big as
combine our
this.
knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
Yeah, I mean, some bad stuff went down in both of those places.
We've had occasion to call other places home too.
Mm-hmm.
Be it Ishgard or Kugane.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We were fortunate to find sanctuary, wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium. To stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
Certainly the biggest yet. And yeah, definitely the most important. I mean, that Hydaelyn one and that Zodiac one were pretty important. Okay, you guys weren't there for the Zodiac one, but that Hydaelyn one, though.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
How big is Ultima Thule going to be? And honestly, why can't I use super cool
Upon
Warrior of
arriving,
Light powers
your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion.
to summon other players as familiars or shades or whatever while we have these 8 doing battle? Imagine that. You have like a, I guess like a 15-person trial or dungeon. And you have all of these characters and other players.
As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We've been certain we wish to do this since before it was even a possibility. Mostly just to stick it to the Forum and be like, hey, Hydaelyn's running away plan is maybe not the greatest.
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph.
Well, yeah.
What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph.
Will do. Thank you, Kryl.
Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
And count on us heavily to triumph.
Let us be off then.
Let us be off about it. No words, Tataru?
Wait!
There we go.
Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here.
We're a little bit more than our receptionist at this point. And our banker.
Safe journey, all of you. And be safe.
Thank you, Tataru. That's what safe journey means. But thank you all the same. You too, Tataru. Jump to 90 then. I might have to... Man, I didn't even think about this. These quests might jump to level 90 at any point. I might have to go hit 90. Ugh. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share or either part. I have the teachings of Valdezio will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there finds true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture out into the the stars. Speak with Fortunal in the Pharmacian. Which is better accessed by going here to Emporia. Grinding to 90 would take a while. I could probably do it in like 3 dungeons. You can take the elevator or... No, honestly, which one's faster? That's still a really cool ship design. Oh man. Oh man. I like it a lot. Shit. Yo, Alpha, Omega. I don't think I know you. Yes, I know you. Your reputation and the role that precedes you. At any rate, how may I help you? How might you help me? I have long since been involved in Ark's construction. I confess, I'm conflicted about the culmination of all your efforts. While I am proud of what we have accomplished, it also means that the final days are close at hand. Yaw. I have a facility which now stands to be considered the very heart of Labyrinthos, the construction of the ethereal observation facility, the ITScope, allowed us to direct contact with Hydaelyn, granting us eyes to see the truth. It is that which inspired us to name the location Fantasy, which, when plans for the Ark were set in motion, a dockyard was erected here to facilitate its development. Such information, of course, was kept secret, and only those with direct knowledge of the project. Alright, thank you. Alpha and Omega! Omega knows a lot about space travel. Barshan, from these characters soon. After this. Man is said to fear what he does not know, yet you would venture unto the greatest of unknowns. I say to you, daughter of man, that you need not fear. So long as man shares a bond with dragonkind, so too does he share our kinship with the heavens, and our ancient home against the stars. I pray you go forth, prove this bond with ours. Tempered and tested, we shall endure unbroken for 1,000 eligible years. Let's hope so. I really hope so. First the Great Exodus, and now this. It seems there's no end to your work, to our work. In truth, more than a few gleaners were distressed to learn that their earlier efforts were for nothing. It was no easy task convincing them that their new plan was for the best. I can tell you that. I can't tell you every man believes this is the wisest course, but I can say that all will be forgiven if you deliver us from the coming doom. And if you don't, well, at least you won't get the earful. I certainly will. I love his accent so much. Monolane, what are you even really doing here? It's troubling enough that the current secret left without warning, leaving me to carry all those cumbersome containers, but that he failed to be present to send you off is absurd. What could possibly be more deserving of his attention at a time like this? Probably beer from his perspective. Coltene. It's no easy thing to say leave the star to us, but we must, and we will. As proud members of the Scions, we have a duty to uphold. And we needn't do so alone. Those dark days when we were driven from the Rising Stones and hunted as traitors are a thing of the past. We have allies in abundance now. Which is to say, you needn't worry about us. Go forth in the knowledge that the Scions will labor without rest in your absence. Hoary Boulder. What's up, big bro? Though our fellow Scions couldn't be here, they wanted me to tell you that no matter what calamity may befall us, they will never give up, and neither should you. No matter how far you may go, we will be with you in spirit. No matter how dark it may seem, your light will shine and endure. You're a cool guy, Hoary. Boys liked you. Mistress Kryl tells me your investigation into the theories on the Casa and its relation to the final days has made clear the source of our woes. I am elated to know my work was of some benefit, but I could not have shared it had you not rescued me from that tower that day. I yet owe you a great debt, one I may never fully repay, but I shall try nonetheless. Not only through my research, but through my desire to see you succeed, which I believe may influence the Acosta in our favor, small though the effect may be. Yes, so long as we have hope, there is a chance we may influence the outcome of this calamity. Right, we've gone from conflicts of darkness and light to, like, literal conflicts of darkness and light to a literal conflict of hopelessness and hope, of nihilism versus cheery existentialism. La Vida? We were quite fortunate that Lockwood's hyperhopper was based on principles similar to those of aetherology. Integrating it with the Ark's existing systems might have well been impossible otherwise. We may have Charlane's wealth of knowledge at our disposal, but theirs is a technology far beyond anything we have studied. You are familiar with teleportation magics, yes? The momentary conversion of the body into aether that it may travel via the life stream from one physical point to another. Their hyperhopper enables transport through a similar method, but not one involving the life stream. Rather, it utilizes highly condensed aether to create an ethereal current of its own. This current is exponentially faster and more powerful than the naturally occurring ones to which we are accustomed. So much so, in fact, that ethereal conversion of the physical form is not a prerequisite for travel. If you are concerned about side effects, such as ethereal sickness, you needn't be, and you should emerge at your destination hale and whole, in theory, at the very least. I can assure you it is safer than the experimental aetherites you used to reach Rad Mahou. It's good to know. Brida has been on my mind more often of late. How different her life might have been if not for our research into teleportation magics. Perhaps she would never gained an interest in ethereological studies. But to abandon our work out of misplaced guilt for who she could have been would be a disservice to the memory of who she was. Nay, it was because of her that we found the resolve to carry on. And now we stand at the edge of a new frontier, with a ship ready to bear you unto the distant stars and beyond. This arc is as much her accomplishment as it is ours. I regret nothing. Good dad. So this is the ship that will bear us to the Ultima Thule. Yes, it is. Wolfson and Lovida should be in attendance as most unexpected. But I'm nonetheless heartened by the presence. Stevie or Urian always tripping me up. For so many to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary. Still, I'm not begrudging them for wishing us well. This is the pinnacle of aetheric chemistry, a synthesis of modern innovation and the ancient wisdom of Alec. The Ark's engines appear to be capable of processing condensed aether in quantities I never thought possible. She's just over here looking through the thing at the aether engines. Oh, that's a lot of aether. I'm expecting quite so many people to see this off. You have the same line as Graha. Let's hear what Father has to say. Everyone else first. They said work on the Ark is finished, but you certainly wouldn't know by looking at it. Does it look unfinished, Alize? I'll send word to the Alliance leaders the very moment the ship takes off. Obviously they couldn't be here, but I'm sure they'll be cheering for you every step of the way. Quite the turnout, wouldn't you say? Then again, who wouldn't want to be present for a once-in-a-lifetime event? And living way. The Ark is missing one last bit, but very crucial component before we are ready to take off. It should be arriving shortly. You tell me this now? Are we those bits? Wait, is it the pilot? Because Living Way wasn't the pilot, right? Fun drink check. Hydration check. Hori's got a cool sword. I don't really remember that.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this bloody murder.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels.
The prelude playing in the background with some drums. It fits really nice here.
And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
I feel like that ought to be payment
have you
enough
thought of a
for
name?
everybody. Is it the Ragnarok?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
That's not gonna do.
Well, seeing as it's...
Oh no! I clicked! For Chanel, what's its name?
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Are we going to call it the Moonbreather?
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life.
The Louisois.
Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here.
I think that fits within his hope. I'd say that, yeah.
In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us.
The fragments had names?
The Starship.
Oh, well, there it is.
Ragnarok.
There it is. We're going with Ragnarok. That's a little end of the worldy, but okay. That's the Final Fantasy spaceship, all right. What was the actual
Sorry for the
big...
wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Oh, well, there's Sickard. Yeah. We were leaving some people out.
What are you all doing here?
Don't look
I
aghast.
invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Are we going to summon Hydaelyn?
Thou wouldst employ summoning. Or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loperids are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
And all of these tribes are going to agree on that?
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Yeah, I mean, it really does make sense. Building?
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it.
To teach to all of us. Yeah, I mean, honestly, just like whipping up a creation out of magical energy is quite precise.
A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience.
We hope. I'm gonna raise this volume just a little bit. And bring all my tools back up.
Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar.
But
She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner.
I guess that's why my well, I was gonna say I guess that's why my summons don't temper people, but they're also like EGs and not regular big religious summons.
In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them.
It's true.
Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship.
I mean, after we slaughtered your gods.
In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading
So
to
we
the
finally
Ethereal
get
Sea.
the
Stay
real big
in sight,
summons.
else you're liable to get lost.
I mean, high-level summoners do get the real big summons, but we finally get the real big summons as not evil warrior spirits. And good King Mog.
May we have a moment?
I'm glad they included the beast tribes
In
there.
anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Magical spacesuits.
Portable teleportation devices.
Oh, okay.
One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
We will.
You as well. I pray you take care.
tribes will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well.
Oh, I think we're ready. Let's get aboard this Ragnarok. Oh, I've got my... There we go. Didn't have my chat pop out up. Iglith. This way. Into the bridge. Boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Yeah, I got time. I already did dinner. This is very elegant. Cool. It's very elegant and Final Fantasy IV.
Welcome to the bridge,
8.
everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
We ought to.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
Uh-oh.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
We can.
The preparations for the summonings are complete.
Okay, we're
In
awaiting our
accordance
fuel.
with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Excellent.
So, are we ready?
Are we ready? Do we have our summoning fuel yet?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on.
Let's go.
That star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Have Alphino do the honors. He'll actually be voiced.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
Make sure Fortunal can hear you.
If you all insist.
Commander Alphino.
Onward unto the distant stars and beyond.
And beyond.
Ragnarok, engage.
Oh my god, yes.
Engage.
Engage!
Oh my god. That's as Star Trek as you get. Cool. We speed up with each one, right? Oh my god, it's huge. It's way bigger looking there than underground. Are they talking about miniaturation magics while it was underground and not like on the inside of it? Because now it looks large. Like, that's in between what we saw underground and across. Oh, are they going to... What is that? Are they sending up the primals to us? Okay. Yeah. Fuel install. Mama.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice.
Everybody did really like this.
Let us revel!
What's up, Bismarck?
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
We're about to assure that.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Yeah, there we go. Yo, let's warp way out there.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even.
Good.
Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
What's a carrot?
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
Has to be expected.
That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of
Great.
Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
Mm-hmm. Also, I hope you can see it, Stola.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any.
Right.
But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
It's kind of fair.
We promise to be careful.
suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Dang, that was quick. Are we gonna have to go fight something on the bow of the ship? Because that would also be extremely fitting.
What is this?
We had anima. We can have
Something is-
another tin fight.
Interfering with the equipment.
Oh, it got Evangelion quick.
Greetings.
Yup. What's up, Meteion? It got near Evangelion.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
There will be multiple of you, eh? Meteion.
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters?
Something like that.
I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We decided to bring the fight to you. It's kind of how we do things.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end.
You're still on that, like, tens of thousands of years later? From viewing, like, half a dozen
Why
other
choose
planets?
to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control.
Well,
There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves.
child?
But it's all a cruel accident.
Okay, but you are the logic and meaning behind this attack. It's intentional, and we can do something about it. Your words defeat themselves.
Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky.
You should explore more, talk to more people.
Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric.
And so, if that's your logic, then what's the point of your continued existence?
Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue.
Well, that's not true.
The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Life comes about naturally.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you.
Though we very easily could, and win.
We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels.
But we
And we
accomplished
press
much.
on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
And in our own name, we'll kick the shit out of you. there's very little you can do about this.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours.
Probably not quite the same.
Suffocated and extinguished now.
It is not the same. There's a big old bout of Aetherus. And horror cuts.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end.
I think
where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
See? Way to go, Thangrid. You want a battle of emotions? Alright, shut the hell up. Thangrid's been here before.
By the fury.
By the way. Where's Thangrid?
Tancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
Is that a thing Thancred did? Or is it just, you know...
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Still immediately worried for Thancred. People were throwing up a lot of death flags
I
before
want
we
the
came
rest of
this
you
way.
to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Don't let that thing Evangelion us again.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
Nice.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
Forever and ever. Yo, this place looks cool.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Ultima Thule. It's like the World of Darkness, but cooler.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Which is quite lucky.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Yeah, I'm not so happy about Thancred being gone, but he is probably the one that... Oh, another map in the Sea of Stars. About the Ea. Base Omicron. Rad Mahou. What's everybody got to say about this place? It's so dark, I can barely see anything. I see like a ringworm or something up ahead. And it says, Living Way said, he can breathe well enough, but something about this place feels wrong. Didst thou witness what became of Thancred? So quickly was I overcome by Meteion's malevolence, I saw naught of their altercation. Nah, but he stepped forward and gave her what's for. There's a dizzying, disorienting feeling about this place, as if I could lose my footing at any moment. We must be careful. Stola, can you see? We were clearly no match for Meteion, and we survived unscathed, but how? Thancred's our boss. If Meteion should strike again with such overwhelming force, I honestly don't know how we are to oppose her. Yeah, I'm a little worried that Thancred gave his life in order to let us traverse here. Give us the ability to fight her. Not sure how he would probably do that, but, you know. What can I buy from you? Level 88 stuff. All Chandrite. I haven't seen all the Chandrite material. When this thing... Oh, the saw does spin. That's pretty cool. I kind of want to look at all this stuff because I haven't seen... Oh, the saw at the end spins. What about... Yeah, okay. Dark Knight Chainsaw Sword is kinda legit. That's a nice looking sword too. The Magitech Spear, it's kind of funny. The scythe gets like vibro teeth. Yeah, it's a saw, that's cool. Bognux. It's also got saws at the end instead of like a punch hammer. Of course, the samurai sword is not really animated, but that's fine. Ooh. That's kind of cool. This was like going the wrong way, though. Big ol' Magitech bow. That looks cool. I like that. That looks good. That also kind of looks good. That's a big steampunk gun. The handgun. Magitech glaives. Yeah, that's okay. That's alright. That looks nice. Magitech tuck. It's like a prod. Yeah, I'm a real mixed opinion on this. Like a couple of them... Oh wow. Looks kind of like the end one, but all brass. That looks kind of neat. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I don't know about a shield with pipes and tubes on the outside. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've read it a provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. This begins 90 quests. Nice. Try as you might, often I can find no sign of Thancred. Yeah, that's priority number 1, huh? Unfortunately, this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Okay, so we go... Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. I guess this is the prow? The left? The back left? No, across the front. Yeah. Did I don't have my 8th compass on anywhere. Collection. Oh man. There are indeed 900 is kind of a lot. There are indeed. Ooh, and there are fates. Of course there are. It's a big new open zone. Wow. Okay. Cool. I was hoping that there would be another zone, and here we are. Kind of as close as we get to being able to roam around in the world of darkness, huh? Is that right? Is that right? And there are lots of dragons here. Which I suppose... Oh, okay. Fine. I suppose a bunch of dragons makes sense. But also... Are we sure we're where we wanted to end up? Oh, dope. Dope. Super cool. Oh my god, they're friendly dragons. Blasted apart aetherites. Yeah. I mean, what is that above us? A moon? A twin planet? What do you have to say? Thou art unlike the others. This place ill befits thee. Do not tarry alone. Who are you? The telling of my tale alters not its course. If thou knowest my brethren once ruled these skies, will our kingdom return? Should I boast that I was first among our hunters? Will the comrades I've failed live again? Nay, once I lived, and now I await the coming oblivion. Nothing more. So it's not oblivion yet. This is not our home. To our home did come the metal demons, who of life and joy scoured it clean. These are her bones, and among them do we rest our wings forevermore. Leave us not to our mourning, traveler. Thou wilt find no solace here. Okay. I mean... Hey, did you know that there are dragons on my planet that are, like, okay? They even have similar names, although you guys do seem ghostly. I mean, you seem like you're made of white aether, which is weird. Maybe you're just, like, really stagnant, dynamis instead. In the time before, I soared across our skies, northwest, south, and east. No wind swifter than I. Now those skies are lost to me. Hey, y'all ever heard of Midgard-Sormer? To dwell in the past yieldeth not. Our desires meant little to our destiny, unless now. Yet regrets fill me nevertheless. Why do all the dragons need to also be nihilists, just sitting around, awaiting their doom? Long ago, hatchlings were marked by song and merriment. Alas, such joy will never be ours again. Nay, we shall curse the machines that stole all we held dear unto the end of time. What machines came and rendered everything? Oh my god, if it's the Nier Automata machines, that'd be crazy. Ere the metal came, my kin were many and splendid, elegant worms like unto ripples under the water. Worms possessed of limbs so powerful as to rend the land in twain. Worms I've long since forgotten, faces lost to the tides of time. Nesh ore, Koala, drink not of the spring, tainted are its waters, and thy dainty form hath not the capacity to withstand it. Thanks. Has this been laid down and stopped? Yeah, it's still breathing. I think maybe you've all just succumbed to... Oh. There's a remnant of something. least. I guess I did go a little west. I should probably proceed with the story, though. That first Aether Note is a ways away. This is cool. This reminds me a little bit of Adamantite, or whatever the big world boss is in Dravania. This reminds me a little bit of Zin from Half-Life. Right. And of course, that reminds me of like the end of FF7. Alright, well let's go meet the others. Our ship kind of stands out. I'm gonna tag this map area for lots of cracks. Wow. Lots of tiny little areas. Didn't really expect lots of tiny little map areas in a place like this. Also, I don't know, I kind of was expecting at least one more big area, right? Because we're not on 90 quests yet. There's usually a bunch of end of expansion max level stuff to go through. The Ragnarok. So like there could be an area even after this. Maybe not. Probably not, but, you know, possibly. It does make sense for this place to just be all dragons. This might be what Midgardsormr was fleeing. This is odd. Ruins. Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. No one else in this barren waste. I see no one else in this barren waste, do you? I really feel like we're not alone. There's another presence with us. Something dark and mournful. I mean, there are dragons. There are plenty of, like, literal dragons. Oh, whoa. That guy got melted. These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. Well, they're dragons. It's kind of a solid form, too. Bunch of muck overrunning everything. Molten structure. Yeah, it does seem like whatever is here got melted beyond slag. Pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Oh, I thought I had, like, 5 things to find. Stola. There's a structure here in front of me, yes? A tower of some sort. Partially melted? In its strange twist of fate, it seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it. It feels as though I am dreaming while awake. This is more than the faded memory Meteion led us to believe. It is. And also, all of Meteion's rhetoric is, like, high school nihilism. These planets that she visited, though very few of them that there are, and there's so many other stars out there, clearly were once something, and she talked to some people. Even if they were dead, their spirits were still around. I don't know. Meteion strikes me as a little bit of a weak point. Meteion, rather. Because, like, people she comes from were a lot smarter than that. Hermes Fantasy was a lot smarter than some theater kid who's too smart for his own good, but can't resolve to do anything beyond burn it all down. Look, there's still plant life. It's not even just dragons drinking tainted water. What do you see, Estinian? Oh, I forgot to talk to Graha. I thought this hole might afford a better view of our surroundings. Poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship is all shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Yeah. I mean, kind of looks like we're in the middle of massive cosmic radiation and an outer shell that got busted apart, but there's not as much on the inside as you would expect. That's a cool pillar of light. That's cool. That's super cool. Are these maybe other dead planets? Or is that like a moon? Oh, there's two of those big black hole things. Bunch of platforms up here. And of course, this other moon that is just stalled and has giant... I can't tell if there's stalactites or other rocks floating in the air. They might be on it. It's like maybe it hit this planet and bounced off. Which would be weird. Looks great. Whoever designed all this did a really great job. In fact, seeing this fence melted kind of reminds me of the kiln of the first flame. Though, not as much the stuff inside of it. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design on the top suggests it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. I mean, it's not often the naturally occurring pattern, right? Often there's plenty here. And we can quite easily still see the ship from here. As I feared. Still no sign of Thancred. Yeah, no sign of Thancred. I think Meteion has him. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. I mean, there's lots of dragons. But I can't help but suspect that someone or something else is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. It's probably just the dynamis, right? Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I think that's probably Meteion's influence over the dynamis. And, you know, perhaps the natural dynamis as well. Do you all not see the dragons? What are you talking about? There's nothing there. You don't see the dragons. Estinian, do you see the dragons? I should have tried fighting some before I came here. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we were in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. So now we return and go north towards that first aetheryte. Estinian, do you see the dragons? Rad, a word before we join the others. Yeah, please. Please tell me you see the dragons. Because here be dragons. In fact, the one over there is like glowing. Yeah. I see what that attack looks like. Okay. They look cool, they're dark dragons. You can totally fight them. They give me experience on death. They're here. Dragon bosses in the past. There might not be any faiths in this area, which would be better. Okay. Just GCD heal myself. I kind of feel like White Man is maybe even more appropriate here, right? Dead. Alright, Estinian. Do you see the dragons? Yes! Thank you! You see them too, don't you? The dragons? As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsormr and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. These apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris? Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? Maybe. Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Oh, they as in the others. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? This could be like the dragon's home planet, right? It certainly sounds like it from the perspective of the dragons around that aetheryte. Keep chasing. Can y'all see these dragons? You are white and not dark. Look, there. Are those ghosts, do you think? Maybe. My sight may have been restored after a fashion, but I fear what I see cannot be trusted. It's as if Meteion herself has etched these images upon my heart. I doubt not that such a feat is within her power, given that she constructed this sanctuary herself. She probably did. Yeah, it might just be like... Well, but it's weird, because talking to these ghosts, it sounded like something else. But... Maybe she did. Surely no one has deceived me. This cannot be possible. Garahatia. Dragons. It is true they are not of our world, but to find them in a prison of despair. It seems these dragons have yet to succumb completely to the darkness of this place, meaning the others should see them as well. That's a leap, but apparently they do. Could be the reason why. What do we have to say? Also, aren't you all surprised that there's an Aetheryte there?
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
Oh, what? Shut up.
Their world is dead?
Does this world look alive?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
The most important question. Thank you, Oriange.
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
Yeah, that's the other thing I suspected as soon as they called these dragons ghosts. Further confirmed when she was talking about them not being alive.
Oh, yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe.
I mean, the very nature of dynamis would suggest that, like, happy dynamis also exists.
Such a simple
Resolute
thing,
dynamis.
unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind.
Well, he's still in us and with us.
The heart? Or perhaps the soul? In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade.
See?
Into a place you can perceive.
It's that easy.
And where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
Yeah, there you go. Of course, gone.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Oh, I'm pretty hopeful we're gonna smite you into oblivion. Brood all you
Meteion holds
want.
too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
The will to survive. The emotion to keep going.
But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Thank you, Thancred. Though I'm hoping it's another disappearing act. Do I have anything so far? No. Ooh, I think Regal Plum. Can't really be gone, can he? Meteion himself said his soul persists, that he is the reason we are still breathing. So then maybe... My aim was true. I had her. How are we to defeat an enemy we can't attack? It's hard to believe Thancred was able to overcome Meteion's will, yet here we are. Would that the price for his victory had not been so high. I hate to keep pointing it out, but I think in a place dominated by willpower and emotion, all we have to do is will our victory. Talk to Alizé. Alphino. I understand now why the Lawbirds were surprised to find that this environment could sustain life. There but for Thancred's sacrifice. His will was strong enough to reshape Ultima Thule that we might survive. And I might see him, then I might see again. His sacrifice must not be wasted. What do your eyes look like? Oh, okay. Still blind but aether. Despite Meteion's words, Garanja cannot accept his confidence gone. Exactly. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Exactly. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the First. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Right, I think we should all do that. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Stinian, Rad, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Half they can invite us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation. So please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Speak with the dragon ghosts that I already spoke with, but you know, they'll have more to say this time. Visitor, Lord of the Star, could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. How we would adore thee, alas. Yeah, they do seem to be pining for oblivion. Almost as if Meteion really is keeping them around to keep things dire and depressing. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. You could, not do those things. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Well, like, that's your choice, bud. You, on the other hand, seem a little bit more cognizant of your situation. Homnos. What do you have to say now? Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more and sink into oblivion. It almost sounds like they got beat by like a whole army of Omegas, right? Who else has something to say? Oh, one up there perhaps. I didn't try and talk with them earlier. I didn't see them earlier. Fest. We're all still breathing. Thou wouldst bid me speak. Observe the lesson of stone. We shall not fly nor speak nor roar. Only watch and wait and act. But one sight yet stirreth my blood. Tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Null, the cradle of some dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Though if that be thy will, I shall remain. Search for the source of the dragon's murders. I don't know what it is. Oh, it is on the map. There is a little arrow. I thought I'd have to just like go out of here and search for a minute there. Which would be kind of cool. Just trawl through here until we come across something different. So we're going this way. Which I think is the direction of... Yeah, it's probably on the other side of this, or way further. Oh. It's the birthing place. There are still a couple of eggs. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground. I've seen similar in Aetheris. Midgard and Swarmy's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. It does kind of look like their eggs got poisoned, doesn't it? Vritra said his father was driven from an ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. A gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggested failed to emerge. It's just all goop. A murky liquid has pooled inside the eggshell. Noxious fluider is indicative of contamination. It does look like rot. Gingerly lifting a large eggshell from the viscous mire, you peer inside to see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. This one, though, the egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded. This. I thought all the eggs had been ruined. This one not so much, though. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here. Or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. That's gonna be, like, up here somewhere. see plenty of stellar worms and stellar dragons. It seems plenty content to fight us and carry on. Well, the music here is really good. Very, like, subtle, atmospheric, dreadful. Does it even change when we get into battle? I didn't think to try and notice before. I think the music is static. That's cool, that's a good touch. Maybe I go ahead and charge the Diamondless Crystal. Go ahead and charge up that Blood Lily, right? Golden Crystal, rich wait just a little bit. Get that second lily there. Ready for whatever now. That White Mage is boring and bad. I can understand you don't have any rotation to juggle, but on the other hand, my rotation is very easy. So even the dragon that cracked out of its egg was not exactly proper. The boistering howling hath been quieted. And I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Found a malformed whelp. I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Omnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood, and I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold and heartless machines. Rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, he gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. I mean, they may have just ruined the planet in the middle of the war, right? The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild the feudal effort. The purest soil replete with aether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. Impurest soil. But our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survive to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or to be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break, and tire of conflict. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as still. Wait, plain your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Have you heard of Aetheris? Get along with your kind. I think these might still be Meteion images meant to dissuade us. The bereaved dragon has fallen silent, leaving Stynian to sigh with frustration. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed. Pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Yeah. I mean, I suppose... Really come off from first aid. I suppose... Through Midgard's armor, we could have kind of come to this conclusion, right? Then again, he could also... I mean, these dragons are also very, very convenient for Meteion. There might be many, many other Midgard swarmers left and settled somewhere else. Again, I'm just blown away by Meteion finding like 5 or 6 planets where stuff like this happens. It's like, oh, all life is bad. It's a little simple. And again, as Emmett Selk put it, this all comes about from a malformed question. I chanced to gain audience with several dragons ere we returned, though I expect their tales are much the same as those you heard. With luck, we'll have learned something to help us devise a plan of action. We would hear what the dragon had to share with you, even if it's no different from what they told Arion J. It would have value. Did your exploration prove eventful? Converse with any dragons. Good to see you made it back in one piece. The more I see of this place, the more bewildering it becomes. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? Sort of. Probably what you saw. They're essentially barren now, after some great space war with something that sounds like Omega. Except many, 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 many of them. See, they wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Rad Mahou. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island, to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Would there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us somewhere? Or lead us elsewhere? I considered that, so I tried throwing a stone onto a platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of the island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside of this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporrits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here. Gratia, you're onto something. Might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. I can hazard a guess or two. That's what you're saying is we've no way forward. Unless we believe we have one. Unless we feel like or want one enough. At present, if it is indeed emotion that covers this island, perhaps it is not Meteion's, but the dragons that holds us here. So, that's fair. Maybe this is a very fanciful amalgamation of the different planets that Meteion visited. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons, or anyone here on the island, to advance. Well, let's just go fucking slap them. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded by us, to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Yeah, persuasion is not the answer. Meteion meant to unmake us then and there in the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overcoming the prevailing emotions. Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. Al-In, they call him, in the dragon tongue. That's on the nose. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Let's say we summon that little spirit of Midgardsormr. Or you flare up some Nidhogg rage. This one, right? No? Further out. I didn't go over there. I don't know, if I were those dragons and had like infinite time, because they're not getting, they don't die with age. They're just waiting for the oblivion of literally everything, ever, to just kind of unmake everything. I would search for other planets still. Al End. What's up, Al? We come to you as a group.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Thank you, Estinian. And the slow time Ishgard theme.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
I remember thinking some of the Dragon Tongue was actually like a language that you could translate to English somewhat directly. That was just playing through Heavensward. Aye, our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. Maybe not even English. Still as stone we shall become could be like 3 words. There's nothing left for our kind. Our long lives accursed as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Yeah, you should have kept searching. So your senses still work. Of course they were. Not anymore, though.
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
Fly. Ever a sanguine ocean awaits us. Ever will retributions be returned. And so, last my pride as a dragon, I bring you. You could just, like, find a planet, star, planet that doesn't have civilized life on it. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched with hatred. Maybe go somewhere without hatred.
Had
Like,
your
just don't take it
brethren
with you.
made the self-same choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life.
And that friend was a dragon.
There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity.
Precisely. You wish to go to sleep, have everything end, and you've convinced others to be that beyond lethargic. Not even lethargic. You've chosen death. You It wasn't purely a scribe.
After everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
There it is.
Estinian!
And that little bird.
Stay back.
Being manipulated, and you'll find that you can't you can have no war and life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Yeah, we're gonna be sacrificing teammates. Which sucks.
No! Not Estinian too!
He knows, though. He knows. We're building the way forward on the backs of each other. And they're reshaping the...
There's a wind!
Reshaping the aether and the dynamis of the place. There's a wind! Maybe that can move some of the other dragons.
He's opened the way for us.
Thancred built the ground in the air. Estinian
Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
That's one way to kill off the cast. But I still don't think they're actually doing that. It would be a good way to, like, get everybody back, and then at the end of this, when we finally triumph, have everyone be like, okay, that's enough of the big adventures for now. Fuck off, Al End. I kind of want to go back and talk to the other dragons to see what they think of the wind returning. But we'll just say the same for now. Imagine we go up here. Did the music change a little? It's hard to tell. It's very atmospheric and subtle. This has always been the price paid for self-passage. If I had known this place would claim Estinian too. That's what had to be done. The wind has stayed, the fog covered the island, and the air. It feels quite stifling. The music changed for sure. As by the beating of mighty wings doth the wind blow, the dragons may ne'er again touch the sky. He in the shady board shall soar. I'm still not entirely convinced that Thancred and Estinian are gone. They're here in soul and spirit. This is a very weird place that's not actually made of aether. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see what it Gone! Powerful gales delivered you to another island. The other side should arrive before long. Yeah. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet esteem them better than most. Losing an honor and dear friends, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. That's a cool shot of that area. And he's still fighting, just like Finger. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alizé is right. We must press on, for their sake. For the sake of everyone, really. Out of curiosity. Yeah. Warrior would be a lot closer to 90 if I were playing as a military. Oh well. Regain his composure and is ready to continue. As Astola and Alizé said, we must continue. I have a feeling this place is going to look a little different. Notice the change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is a memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it, then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. I'm going to take this opportunity to go to the bathroom. Wow! Sand texture on nothing. I wonder if that's intentional. Looks alright. There's a bunch of it. It's got to be intentional. Can I walk this way? Can I fall off this way? No to both. Okay, before we get up there, let's see what that spiral is and all of this. Dang, that looks cool. The next area has to be probably in the middle here, and then another one down here. I don't know. I think we're probably getting our companions back, but there's definitely no certainty of it. Anyway, I will be right back. And we're back. Nice and clean. Now let's see what this desert environment looks like. It immediately kind of reminds me of 8, but I bet you it'll be different. Maybe even 12. Writing. Were not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So we may assume that this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. I think I see a Marlboro. Don't know what that is. Meteion claimed that the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. The life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. If not for the light embedded by these glyphs, I might have overlooked this Another seemingly barren world. For a mercy, the air is nowhere near as stale, but still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. If you were worried about my vision, you needn't be. I can still see quite well. There's still plants, there's still life. I suppose that means over there. All the dark? Oh, I see. I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but the surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Oh yeah, the big thing? Meaning there's a chance we find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Let's go then. And also, that thing, and likely that thing, those are the same horrors that appeared... Other one. That's cool. Those are the same horrors that appeared 73. Cool. Yeah. Like some people turned into those, right? Or there was a boss that I think it was in one of the story quests. There was definitely like some blasphemies, some terminus pieces. Sure, yeah, go away. Of course it's gonna come back. And there are aether currents. They exist. Okay, good. 94 yalms to the southeast. Right around this thing. Drifting here. Other one. Is it in the north now? Yeah, it's up top of this thing. Ghostly figure. I'm not aetheryte. Do you have anything to say? Can you say? Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Yeah? Oh, hello. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me. I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. Cool? Why would you do that? When the vibration of vocal cords was still required to convey our thoughts and attention. Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkod. Yes, Kofkod would be Ia. That's certainly different. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via a medium of ether, or dynamis, as this place is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. Are your eyes back? I gather your response to my presence is positive, then. That as well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ia are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827 questions. Or senses? That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I've omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we've no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring it into our existence, of course. That's going to be the common thread. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. Your eyes are back. It's hard to tell. She'd very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. That could take a while, Stola. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you into our home. Yes, the abode of Ia. Where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. Curious. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Let us. Also, I think there's probably an ether current up here. I hear it. What's the structure for? Why have structures at this point? Shortcuts. I wonder if this place has like multiple musical tracks, or like multiple musical tracks, or like 2 or 3 that continually evolve, you know? I'm seeing more people. What does a fate out here look like? Dominion. Oh, this is cool. I guess that's water? Is that water? Yes? It's hard to say. Looks very cool though. What's the fate? Just multiple melancholic Aya? No, no. Okay, neat. Neat. I like it. I don't know, man. It seems like your civilization is cool. I mean, it looks cool. All of these civilizations who want to stop for having reached their end. That's not a thing. These are like trees. And probably also, you know, libraries or storehouses of some sort. Maybe even just homes. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find them remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the vital crystalline constructs hanging from these stone structures there. Yet those are their homes. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. Fun. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by a sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. I don't know that we can cast our thoughts, but, you know, maybe they'll be receptive. Even should they elect not to emerge, you need but cast your thoughts to the crystals to communicate with the EA within. Is Ia a recurring term from one of the FF games? I totally forget. There's something like at the back of my mind that says they're familiar. I'm just gonna pulse your house with Aether. Cast your thoughts towards the crystal domicile, but there is no response. That looks comfy. You wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment, if you would. That's it? In different domiciles, but off-cood. individualistic. Strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. One other might emerge. Yeah, well, I can't go down. That would be a trip if I could start swimming through the base there. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? One or two of them kind of seemed like they might stir. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated aether now. Worry not, there are no others who would have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Maybe the others stirred some others? I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ia have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce to you Lalak, Dudek, and Nenid. Maybe it's a silent G. Neneg. Neeg. I'm gonna say need. It has been too long, Kofkud. I dare say Saturn IV has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Oh, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems. But my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them to awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not, and the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kufkud, did you already observe the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Yes, so long it has been, it has completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Same animation. Still neat, though. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nidid. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their aether. By contributing to their replenishment, we contribute to our friendly intention. Communicate our friendly intention. Oh, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in our communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. This is a little overwritten, but okay, they're still neat as a concept. If we have the chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest aether. It's probably not how we work. I mean, I can just cast cure spells, but that's not food. Can you perhaps summon whatever we're thinking of? This faculty is where we replenish our aether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest aether. Please absorb as much as you like. I think you'll find we don't work like that. How much ether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there is a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. Great, looking forward to it. Throughout the universe, but few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other symptoms. Extreme differences can inhibit meaningful interaction, you see, and none more so than those which affect communication. Our entities, most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed in your ability to do so. You avail yourselves of dynamis, yes? It is an impressive application, even if it is ultimately pointless like all the rest. There's an inescapably common thread among the people we meet here. To think that I had forgotten what had become of the archives. How much has my essence deteriorated since last I was awake? Not that I am averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. Can I talk to you? You weren't the one who was walking around. Oh well. Googiesiv. I'm sorry, but did you just speak to me? You see, I haven't spoken to anyone in such a very, very long time. Anyhow, what is it that you need? Not that I imagine there's much I can do for you. What do you do here? I am, or rather I was... Wait, what was I? Oh yes, I was a researcher of sorts, studying the secrets of the universe. That was so very, very, very long ago. Now I'm little more than the detached wisp you see before you. Despairing in my knowledge of the inevitable end, I simply gaze into the void, ever in vain. Some hyper-transhumanist, futuristic stuff. But like, even then, when you're looking at different forms of life, they can still have reasons, wants, joys. This place has no name as such. If you must call it something, then call it the abode of the Ea, for it is where we live. Indeed, one can call this tenuous grasp on existence life. A scattered, deluded few of my kind strive to regain some semblance of our former glory, but the enlightened among us know that it is all for naught. The end is inevitable. It is but a matter of time. This whole place is just give up the planet amalgamation. Ostrakhan Tria. Abode of the Ea. I didn't attune to the Aether right. The wellspring of regret. Hollow of the flesh. Elgeia. See. We were told to stand wherever we like. It strikes me as less of a meal and more of a ritual. Yeah. It might be a little bit more hostile, honestly. Judging by the construction of this facility, it would seem the Ea directly draw upon the Aether. I think this time, maybe Oriange. Aether, they said. But I can't help feel a bit nervous. They are thus able to replenish the Aether, their Aether. The loss of vital sustenance isn't like to be the cause of their demise. I mean, they haven't demised, they've chosen to wait to fade. If it is as I suspect, then the so-called feast... Actually, let's just see it for ourselves. Fear not, we're not likely to come to harm. Not likely, but you know, maybe. A little. Non-nuke. I cannot help but feel a rush of excitement when I see your pliable yet sturdy form. I almost have to resist the urge to open you up and see how it all works. Now, be at ease. I would not devolve to such savagery. I may have cast off my body, but I still possess some semblance of a rational mind. For the moment, at least. this feast. Brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet aether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Oh no. Brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the EA's home world, this is ultimate fool. One cannot simply generate aether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Almaroth. However appearances may seem, we must be ever mindful that this is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. Yeah. So, did you have your fill of aether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh? How very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your aether? We eat things like veggies and meats and such. Through your mouths, you say? Very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Would you not favor us with an explanation? Flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. This is one of the species that Meteion met. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make even greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Sort of. Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms. Their lives readily ended. And those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? I think they're going to tell us that everything ends eventually over a long enough time period. But that's a very, very, very long time period. deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode. A place called Elegia. The Elegy. Or Elegies. Yeah, maybe read the Culture series, or more sci-fi. It is true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Hydaelyn told us, all those peoples who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met in failure. And the Aya are among them, as their presence here attests. The tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. You may be intimately familiar with the problem, know it like the back of your hand, yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I've often been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder, have the Aya never felt the same frustration? Like her master, Y'shtola seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of the Aya, who uncover it all only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? Yeah. She is all about that ultimate knowledge. To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat, even for the Aya. Nay, having eternal life and hence no sense of haste would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they once must have had, and I struggle to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found, it did not bring them happiness. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Before we hear the climax of the Aya's tale, mayhap I should speak of... On second thought, it would only be a distraction. We will talk more when the time is right. You know something's up, Y'shtola. Same lines. Okay. Around it. Oh, that's cool. Where knowledge leads. Something seems to be weighing on our Anja's mind. Ere we join with the Aya, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Rad, Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? Of course. Thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianje, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to the Elegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Yeah, they're going to tell us that over a long enough period of time, everything ends. But that's a silly, silly, silly long period of time. And even then, like, it only kind of ends because things degrade and float apart. But not always. There are... as yet unseen realities. Our best understandings, your best understandings, my best understandings are not complete. Oh, what? We could have stepped just outside of town, but... Oh, to the northwest. I'll be right there, Railjet. This place does look super cool. And extremely Final Fantasy. Like, this looks like a super old school JRPG area that hasn't quite existed in this game yet. 417 to the east. So, dude, good job. 14 crew. place looks fantastic. That's what I was afraid of. It's fine. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? I doubt it. Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. Stola saw that coming. You have our undivided attention. Oh yeah, I need to grab that aetheryte before going back. As we've established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How does thou suppose this is possible? I mean, almost kind of the same happened in Amarat, right? Few more than the simulacra of Hythlodaeus were aware of what was really going on. No doubt, Jay has a theory. Medium has taken their hearts into itself. Medium in contact with them while they still live. Well, she said that some of them made contact with the last survivors, and then at other points she spoke to the ghosts of long-dead civilizations. So some of these could be recreations of the people who were barely alive when she got there, and some of them could be recreations of the ghosts. So these were maybe still barely alive when she met them. Of course, she must have visited the stars of the dragons and the Ea before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra that had she relied on any historical account. Yeah. And also being, like, designed as actually an empath in the nonsense sense, she could be overwhelmed and overcome by their constant desire to end, which is silly as cultures. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. Right. A heightened sense of empathic and empathy intrinsic to her nature as an intellecti. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, then she gets poisoned to that. She would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesses the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Ea unto their doom. Maybe? Maybe. That is different than what I had been thinking. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. Exactly. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well. I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? So you're going to give yourself up instead of Stola on this island. After all that we've been through, I will only say this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go join our comrades. Yeah, you are going to try and sacrifice yourself for our ability to pass through this land. Because you know Stola is probably going to be next, or most heavily affected by whatever knowledge they reveal to us. Let's be off to Elegia. Come on, let's try and stop him, actually. Even though there's almost no way. I'm like... They've written this in such a way that I'm still going to be shocked if they actually are all gone. Even though they're killing them off right in front of us. Sacrificing themselves right in front of us. But they're sacrificing themselves in a way that contradicts Meteion. Showing that even with ends like that, there actually is meaning to them. The will and ability to continue on. Talk to Kessie. Your presence has been most stimulating for us, as it has helped us regain memory of intellectual concepts we had long since lost. We would very much like it if you could remain in perpetuity, but alas, it would appear you suffer from the most inconvenient affliction of mortality. Yeah, I mean, you say inconvenient. Whatever. Damn, that's a cool piece. Oh, nice. Is this a JPEG? Cool. I'm still bothered by this sand stuff, but it looks alright. It just looks too much like it's covering the surface instead of being, like, even. Yeah, that's a cool piece. Alright, Aetherite get. Aether current get, rather. The next current is also to the east. Maybe you can just have this little edge right over here, but that might be closer than almost 400 kilometers. Oh, I did get it. Cool. Cool. Let's go see this terrible truth and see what Ariange is going to do to save Stola. I understand you've taken care of business. If you were ready to begin, then so are we. We mentioned our star's situation to the Ea. They nodded sagely, or something to that effect. Don't mind me. Come, let us hear the Ea's tale, and learn what caused such enlightened beings to crave nihilinity. It's exactly what it is. It's just nihilinity. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then? We shall. I suppose they have no voice.
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well.
Oh.
Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
Seems like there might be some worth to Ariange's theory. God, there's so much science babble going on that I can't think of a better word. That maybe Meteion met these people all waiting for the end of their civilization, and so she brought it about. It's definitely not what I guessed to begin with.
I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand, having remained entirely in the bounds of your star. The phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp, but this expansion has since continued unabated.
You know, space also contracts.
Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery.
A discovery which is immediately and obviously deducible from that claim, but like, space is not a flat sphere, if that makes sense.
The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
And then you assume life can still not be produced in such a state, and that everything is infinite expansion.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
As you know it.
Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, It was a cold comfort.
That is a heavier word, given that perspective. All I'm gonna say on the matter is there are definitely energies and phenomena out there that you didn't know about, in the least.
Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost.
Oh, you know, individuality, creativity, just joy in little things. Communal joy. Not even like ignorance is bliss style, but all of this mass nihilinity.
No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility.
Has none of these civilizations ever heard that, like, the journey is the point, as opposed to reaching the end? And these are all from very, 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 very limited perspectives. Even if everything floats apart and becomes cold forever, there are other phenomena through which different life could emerge. And even if there weren't, just because no further civilization is going to come out of yours and no other civilization will ever find yours, isn't any good reason to just resign yourselves to nihilism.
Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators.
The very fact that you could make, like, true immortality means that you could just go on forever, even with everything drifting further and further and further apart. Like, if you never needed to replenish yourself with aether because you're actually immortal, then you could go on without end in an infinitely cold and forever separating universe, which probably isn't what's going to happen anyway.
Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture.
Though the fact that some did kind of speaks to, like, you know, the hope of life anyway.
Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish.
What is your infinite wisdom if you cannot simply construct vessels of flesh and then inhabit them and then die? Not so infinite.
If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge.
No, see, the whole point of this journey is we have different answers.
Ignorance truly is bliss.
Return to
If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
Your alignment and point of view and your questionings are flawed. It's kind of that simple. Stola probably knows this.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Even given their truth, their decision and their resignation is dumb. And, mostly just serves Meteion's purpose.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion?
Yes.
That our science failed us?
It is incomplete.
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Hydaelyn, no! You mustn't!
Don't worry.
The most important
Oriange is
lesson
going
I've
to use
learned
rescue.
is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, it is when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have.
You dumb shits.
I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
But
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all.
You know, the thing about that is we totally can. It's just kind of obvious that your orientation to your conclusion is wrong.
But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Meteion's bird with the little tracking spell on it.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
You got that Asm Soul Crystal.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Oriange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats.
Goddamn
This
right.
truth I have learned in the course of our journey.
You've been necessary,
Many though my
bud.
shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality.
That's right.
Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
Walking into oblivion like, get out of the way, bitch.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Feel that, Meteion. They will stand in the middle of all that torment. But they diss. Be like, so what? You need to remain hopeful here. For we know they're not gone forever. Oh, let's go over there. That place looks cool.
What's this?
How did I not see that in the
An
sky?
extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
Is that a little bit of color returning to your cheeks, I see?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Okay, we
Is
can go
that
there too.
Another star.
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death.
And you just assumed you got there at like a good point? At like a natural point? I'll remind you, you only went to like half a dozen places.
But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris.
Through emotion power.
To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can. Before your friends' emotions fade away. Along with their protection.
Fun fact, it's not gonna happen. Meteion, if only you were smart. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if a part of me is gone. Except they're totally here. And what was that? Are you all ready to continue on? We are. Let us make for where the light shone. Stola and Urianger have opened the way for us. What was the name of that quest? Wow. That's God, Urianger's infected me. Ere we do that, let's find one more Aether. Open up the rest of this map. Because this place is really cool looking. Despite everyone here being super dumb either before or post Meteion. I should probably put that on a Facebook. What is it this way? I swear the mobs turn around based on your direction. they probably don't move based on like the movements of players around them. That'd be a bit much. But these are all very specifically pointed at this Ava current. 926 to the south. It's quite a ways. Maybe I just never looked over here from here. Maybe I'm on big enough a hill. Yeah, we're either going to that twisted area next, or to this one, I suppose. Wouldn't be surprised if there are 2 big areas left. Ostracon Decahexi. Is that maybe counting with the duodeca system? Wouldn't have to be. Wow. This area just ends. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Some manner of air device. If our friends awakened it, it should be safe to use. Yes, I can feel it. The aether emanating from the arcane platform. This is a portal. And no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Alright, so we got our fantasy beast versus alien machine death out of the way. Oh wow, this looks like more where Omega came from. I was just about to say we got our sci-fi. Maybe we got our hard sci-fi way everything ends. But like, let's be real, that hard sci-fi way that everything ends based on the Aya is like hyper transhumanist. Hyper transhumanist of everything. Based on what I'm gonna say we Earth people. Based off of like what our science knows. But it's full well ignorant of, you know, dark matter, dark energy. Matt talks about next dimensionality. So there's a lot of gaps. In that last species' reason for obliviating themselves. This also looks cool. Where is everyone else? There we go. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Remind you of anyone? Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? Let's try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land and see how far we can go. I'll help Alphino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Do you think we're almost better suited for the other way around? Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. What do you say about this time, Graha? I expect the twins will seek the outermost bonds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. Sure. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them, and look for others that appear more approachable. this is cool on the map. This is cool on the map already. And there's an area between. Didn't see me. Did see me. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Oh my god, my destination's right here. Never mind then. Didn't I already have a blood lily earlier? Did that go away with like quest cutscene? Headbutt. That's got a great sound behind it. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. I used a different word. Oh god, why are they right next to each other? There's a little ball over there. If you're right that way. Why? Overflow on the wall. Yeah, I think these might be Omega bots. I'll welcome anything else, but these might be Omega bots. Level trigger. What do we have over here? This place is dense with bots. Striking dummy. Striking dummy. There's more here. Oh, hey, current. Guess we're up to 900 somewhat. Going south. I started casting. Got it. Oh, I miss Seraph Strike. I miss Seraph Strike. The 109 yards southeast. Gilm's yards, whatever. Let's go grab that. Come back to the safe right. Graha has found a friendly bot. And I was about to say there's a lot fewer hostiles out here. It's not quite as dense. Release gold. Delta. Thinking maybe this is what Omega escaped? Maybe? Stone Trader. Cool. Inno 253, Inno 255. Oh, you get different dialogue boxes? An error has occurred in the trading protocol. Debugging in progress. Please stand by. That's fine. That makes sense. the same stuff that the vendor... Is this what... No. It's not what the, dude that does soul is wearing, rather. Super stuff look like. Let's look at Tanky. Are they all dresses? Is it still Chondrite? It's still Chondrite. We've seen this before. Okay. Nice. Look, Rad. The machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life form detected. Assigning generic label to planetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. The planet. What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Cool. That's alright. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons. That's unfortunately timely. Unfortunate timing, I suppose. And you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. They are built for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. And we'll see what else I can learn from this fellow if you could try speaking with the others. I suppose. The rules of engagement forbid the harming of neutral travelers. As long as you abide our laws, you need not fear for your lives. Yeah. Which one of you is going to tell me about Omega? Greetings, travelers. When venturing outside the outpost, beware of malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands, and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, please be advised, Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Measuring combat capability, negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yep, see right there, then and there, the Omega people. They came to screw up the dragons. Yet, though the Endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that those losses incurred exceeded the gains. So your whole deal is going to be about how you've become too good of killers, and that you accidentally over-destroy and poison whatever worlds that you go attack. Because that's how you were built. So that's the directives you follow. But you could just not poison the world and, like, use other means afforded to you by your infinite combat capability to destroy your enemies, and then you have all the resources you want. Again, maybe not the smartest race for Meteion to draw any good emotions from. Also, how would she draw any emotions from these people? Are these robots made from dynamis? I suppose that's kind of curious. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. We'll be going that way. Make their current. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. For sure, for sure, for sure. Oh no! I didn't notice. That's probably going to be like 2 dungeons. Things have not reset. I could probably go through the IT scope. I've only done that as DPS, and only with a trust, I think. No, I did Hydaelyn with a trust. Maybe. Let's see. It's about almost 4:15 here. I should probably stream earlier in the day, but I got some stuff to do most days. Too many visitors, mostly family during plague time, and we got like a plumber coming over tomorrow and other things going on. I could do a probably 2 duty runs, right? Through AT scope. Oh, doesn't this little icon mean bonus? Oh, no, it means all items are synced. All item levels will be adjusted. Isn't that, like... I guess it's not always the case, because you can totally over-item level it during the expansion, likely. Well, you know what? Let's end the stream with, like, 1 run of the IT scope and see how far that gets us. If I level, then we continue on for a little bit, and if not, then I continue tomorrow. And if I started doing things with my warrior, who was ahead of inexperience, instead of my white mage, I think I probably still would not quite be level 90. I could just hop over to my Dragoon, right? But then I'm going to stop getting quest experience. And that's where all the real XP is. We'll get little bits and pieces from exploration. This Ethan current. Come on, DPS, there we go. Alright. Only my 2nd time through the Itioscope. With a gun blade. Okay. We shall see.
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me? Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Fairly easy, really. But we weren't running attacks. They're on you. They're on you. You got them. Is it only the 2? Oh god, it is only the 2. Cast that, please. Good. Yes, Titan. I kind of like that summoners not have the big full model summons. Dots up on everything, shield on the healer, and so back to actual healing. And now it should be super easy because I've actually got lilies to spin. it's not the same game I remember. Yeah, this seems almost now doing it with, well, doing it as heals instead of DPS. It seems I know we get more enemies spawning in soon. Saving some AoE, saving some stun. There we go. In fact, don't these enemies not really do anything? Okay, I don't really know how that encounter works, honestly. Beat up on the middle dude, beat up on one of the ghosts. Let's see. This requires very little healing. Maybe that's like very long time frame to get out of there. This. All the healing we need at all. That thing right in the middle. Really messed up right there. No? Okay. No, that's fine. But whatever. Oh shit, I'm standing in the wrong spot. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
pop up
The ether
dancer
is too
eventually.
dense. I'm losing you.
Oh yeah. That looks great with a little coat. First time through. Except he... Oh, no, he got the buffs. Alright, good. Up on my healing. Pretty bad. Oh yeah. Right. Very cool looking, by the way. Oh, right. This is like a mock Yeah, nice try. This, you get like big AoE down here, right? Yes, it's quite a lot. Yeah, I've only played Summoner up to 80, right? So I don't have heals or big heals. I don't have big summon attacks. Still, it's already, absolutely made out of AoE. Crystal Dungeon. FF4 stuff. Thank you for making bridge. Yeah.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer.
Gonna hit all of us.
The stage is set! What a boorish audience you are!
Yeah, I think we've got this. If I can just left probably. Oh no! Stage left. Stage left. Left hand. Oh, that's stage right. Stage hand. Left hand. Not everyone, but dig it. Take the tank pig. Yeah. Super close. Super close. I could go do like 4 fates, right? 4 or 5 fates. And I'd have it. Yeah, of course not. What's your front? The one? Probably the one. Oh. Well, you know what then? Let's just do both of these. Definitely. You. Kind of similar. Really skill about the dragon mode. Like, I could also do like 500 of these little things, but I totally won't. I hope no one does that ever. Anymore. Well, it is quite late where I am. And I've got home and family stuff to do in the morning, so I think what we're gonna do is wave goodbye. I'm gonna get a better shot with Graha here. I'm gonna call the stream here. It's a little bit over 4 hours. Hopefully I'll be able to do more tomorrow. Start earlier. I still want to do some other stuff, but man, like Endwalker is really good. mean, just look at this environment. It kind of sells itself. This is super classical, old school JRPG with a lot of the game's lore and then a bunch of other stuff. Like the unexpected Ia race. That is definitely building off of like a couple of different sci-fi tropes. This is a good end zone, and might not even be the end zone, because we're just now starting the level 90 quests here in the Omicron base, which is the race that Omega came from, probably. Game's great. I'm gonna hit 90 before stream tomorrow. Probably, I guess I could start, just do like a leveling or whatever. And then head straight back into it. But yeah, that'll be it for today. I have to get some sleep. Bye-bye. Atsumaho.